All right. That took me a while, but I'm ready now, I think. I'm actually hungry. Shoot. Cuz it took me like way longer to start than I thought. I need to eat again. But today my goal, let me turn my mic down some too. Today my goal is oh, I was about to say, why do I hear talking? Oh, yes, a wreath. That's exactly. Oh, yes. Okay. I just saw that somebody I know is doing some DIY classes, which is good timing. Ooh, I'm excited. Hold on, let me post this. Definitely taking any and every class I can. Okay, I need to post that because otherwise I'm gonna forget and it's not gonna get posted. Yeah, so my goal today is basically, I think it was last week we went through all of the last week we went through all the major like sessions that they had public for LlamaCon. I signed up for the, hold on because I got this in the background. Post that. Okay. I don't even remember why I opened Instagram in the first place. Oh, I'm not supposed to be on there. I'm supposed to be getting something to eat. Okay. All right. My brain will be functioning a lot better when I'm not starving. But that being said, today my goal is to set up the LlamaCon, well not LlamaCon, to set up the Llama API because yeah, last week, was it last week? I think it was last week. Last week I was catching up on the LlamaCon sessions, all the LlamaCon sessions, and I think we watched all of them. It was like three main sessions that they broadcasted publicly. So when I was watching, I did sign up for the Llama API because they now, Meta now has a Llama API that pretty much is it's supposed to like allow you to use Llama pretty similar to like how you can use OpenAI's APIs and things like that, which I think is like pretty ideal. It actually makes it makes it easier for me to get started trying out Llama and see if I can use it for some different projects that I have personally coming up, because I have quite a few like client projects where we will be integrating AI into their applications, and there's different use cases, but a lot of the use cases are perfect for uh, LLMs and like some of the features that LLMs have now, especially the multimodal LLM options. So yeah, and then the big thing when it comes to, because I feel like my audio is gonna be peaking. The big thing when it comes to basically, excuse me, what am I trying to say? Oh, the big thing when it comes to integrating like some of these LLM options into like applications for startups is more so like a lot of founders basically they have a concern of like how much is it going to cost them, and due to depending on how many requests that they need to make and how many users they expect to have and things like that, and being on a tight budget as well. They're very like conscious of that, and so in theory, a lot of the times I'm like, it's not really, they really shouldn't be concerned, but that's not really true because um, every LLM has different pricing. So I would notice that sometimes I think people are going and looking at the pricing and they don't know how to break it down. But even with all that being said, it definitely can get extremely costly if you are using like a lot of the more premium models, I guess you could say, the really huge models, because those can cost like 100 times, almost like, yeah, 100 times more than using like some of the other smaller models. But at the same time, I think there's been like a lot of progress with the smaller models. So a lot of the smaller models are really still effective. So it's not like you're losing out on, integrating some of those. So all that being said, most of the work that I have been doing was like centered around more using OpenAI and their APIs, but I think like exploring open source is something that I want to pretty much pursue and see if that is a valid option. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the Llama API is going to be like a good option for people to use, and it might be the option I start to go with, unless people have a strong preference for a specific platform. I'm also a fan of Gemini. I'm like a huge fan of Gemini, but I mean, Gemini like is easy for me to use like in my G Suite tools and stuff like that. But I haven't tried to integrate with the API yet, and I feel like, again, cost wise, it's going to be more expensive to be on Google Cloud Platform and using stuff off GCP than it's going to be using Llama. So like, even though I still use Gemini a lot for myself, when it comes to like building applications from the ground up, and also when it comes to building LLMs, like more custom LLMs, and like I hate using the word custom for it, but more so like the fine tuning aspects, ways of, it is customization, but finding ways to build on top of the LLMs is also important, and that process being like simple and effective is important. So that's something that I'm taking into consideration as well. So anyways, all that being said, today I already got an email from them. Let me see, because it's on here too. I'll share my screen. Let's see, I did a thing. Okay. I haven't had like a layout like this in a minute. So this is the email that I got when I signed up, and I'm trying to see. I got my it's so funny. That's crazy. I got my beta access 9 days ago. Wow. So I guess it was it last? Yeah, maybe I got my access before. No, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, like, I thought I was streaming about this on Friday, but I got my, oh no, that's April 30th. I was about to say, it was saying, oh yeah, 9 days ago though. That's a long time. What time, when did I get, because I requested access on the 30th. No, you've been added to the waitlist. Yeah. I requested access on the 30th. I got access the same day, because I requested access at 6:30, and let me see, I got an email at 10:30. Yeah, so I'm kind of surprised that it went that quickly, but either way, I do want to try it out. So that's what I'm focusing on today. I have not attempted to go down this rabbit hole at all. So like, I don't even know if I have an account and how that's gonna go. I think the API is designed for people who already had like, people are already using like have access to use the model, and then they have like their own setups and everything, and they already have like API keys and all that. I don't have anything set up for Llama at all, or for Meta. The only things that I possibly have set up for Meta, depending on how they did the accounts, is going to be let's see. I have my Meta account that I use for my glasses. Where's my glasses? What's wrong, baby boy? Here, you're not supposed to be on there. Go back here. It's a bit. Y'all playing. Okay, you ready? Okay, Justin's been on ABC Mouse, which is funny. All right, so yeah, basically the only accounts that I think I have for Meta is gonna be I definitely have an account for my glasses. Definitely. I'm scared to put them on because my freaking phone. Um I might move the app to my I can't put it on that phone. I need a new phone, dang. But yeah, my glasses have an account that they have to attach to. And then obviously like I have a Facebook account, Instagram. So I have like I have like verification. So I have to have my Instagram account and my Facebook account are like tied together and like more like tightly associated with each other, if that makes sense, just due to the verification process. So of course there is a Meta account associated with that, and at this point I have no idea how these accounts are overlapping. So we'll see, because even recently I was having issues with Apple. Like Apple developer accounts are kind of funky, because as far as I can tell, with Apple, whenever you let them read the book, baby. You keep it. You keep it. They're reading the book. Okay, you don't want the book? Then here. You want the color? You don't want the color either, probably. Here. That's your favorite area. All the math stuff. But yeah, I was just saying, like the Apple accounts are kind of weird because, of course, if you have any Apple based product, then you have an Apple ID. Everything you do is associated to that. You can't even like literally use the App Store without one. Then they have Test Flight. Test Flight is the app that you use to beta test your iOS app before it can go into the App Store. That is also that also needs the user to be tied to an Apple account. The same Apple account I would use for the App Store and everything else, that like my phone and everything, my computer, everything's on the same account. That's how they want it. That's how they designed it. But then they developed accounts for organizations. So on the developer side, me as a developer, I ran into issues where I cannot join the Apple developer team of another organization, because they don't allow you to associate your existing account when you join a team. But then they they expect you to make a new account, but the new account you make cannot have an existing Apple ID. So it ended up being this weird thing where I don't even understand how that's supposed to work, because if I am a freelance developer, it's super fucking common like experience, and I do projects like I do iOS projects. I'm assuming you need the ability to like join different teams, you know? So I don't know. That's just something I ran into recently and it was kind of annoying. So I say all that to say, I feel like part of what makes me nervous about like account setups and stuff like that when it comes to like um, platforms that are launching like developer tools and developer platforms, but then they already have like social media platforms and stuff like that. It's not always like set up like how it needs to be. um so yeah. Anyways, this is where we are going with the like process today. I pretty much need to set up the Llama API, and I'm like kind of just like slightly, even if I'm not nervous, I do need to figure out how these accounts are working, because like I said, I have a Meta account that is attached to my glasses, and then I have a Meta account that is attached to my Instagram and Facebook. And hypothetically, I know my Instagram and Facebook are attached to the same account due to how they did the verification process. But like behind the scenes, I don't really know what they did, because you got to think like Facebook been around for years. Literally, I can go on Facebook right now in my account. I can go see every single message I ever sent since I was in high school. So I say all that to say, like, I'm trying to figure out how are they bringing these newer accounts in with like the actual like hardware devices and stuff like that, and then how are they doing the developer accounts? I do need to understand the difference, because the way my stuff is set up, like I like to have my personal email on like certain accounts, like all my social media. A lot of it was set up under like my personal emails, but then when I do stuff for development work or my business or something like that, I put that under a separate email. So now, it's just like I'm probably just ranting over something that does not matter that much, but it's kind of annoying. So I don't even know if it's an issue or not, but I'm like, that's going to be the first thing, because I have to set up an account. So I'm going to do that. And then how far do I want to get today? Ideally, I can set the account up. I can create an API key. I can create a basic app, even like some type of hello world, where I can maybe like a basic chat integration would be a hello world at this point. Like if I can maybe hit an endpoint, send some text to the endpoint and get a response back, then that's probably the best I could do, or the most like basic I could do. And then I can go from there, because I could do a lot of other stuff after that. Ideally, I want to start seeing, like I said, I want to start seeing how I can integrate this into specific applications. So maybe after I get the API set up and I know I have access, I want to look into like fine tuning. Fine tuning is really important. Like, how is the fine tuning going to work? Because again, like one of the main interests I have right now is not just for like exploration purposes, but I need to know what my like go-to is moving forward for a lot of like specific like language model use cases that I get for like founders that I work with. So anyways, that's a long way of saying nothing at all. Oh man. But yes, I hope y'all are doing good today. FYI, I do not talk about my relationship status in public, but I appreciate the compliments, and yeah. I am not on the market. That is all. But I, like I said, I appreciate it. So anyways, let me see. I can share my screen. Show. Okay, so we going from here. Oh, before I do that, hold on. Pause again. Because I need to eat. Because what's going to happen is I'm going to get like 10 minutes in. I'm going to get 10 minutes in. Then I'll be agitated. I'm going to be agitated. And then, yeah, it's just not going to go well. 10 minutes. I want some edamame. See, I want some edamame, but that's a bad idea. Like anything on here is a bad idea. Some food you should not eat while you're streaming. That's all. I hope my coffee's still warm, because it's been in this mug all morning. I just want to eat something simple. Oh, you know what? Let's just go with this fish sandwich. I like this AI music. I think I need to subscribe to them because um we've been listening to the same like station for like a minute, but this was like when they were beta testing, and I think they're like well into having like better channels and stuff now. I need to just go ahead and subscribe. I was thinking about that earlier because I was like, I literally only use this background music from Moobert for like over a year now. So I kind of want to hear another station. I feel like it got a lot better since we first started using it. Yes. And then I can't see like, what am I looking for? Stream information, stream. Okay. Oh, what did I do? See? It'll come back. All right. I was about to. Oh, let me put the chat up. Oh boy. Y'all can see the chat. I'm gonna put this one down here. Today. And then the other one is on the other screen. You'll be able to see more. What's wrong, baby? Here, put it on the different level because you don't know how to do that level. Try it on that side. You know what I'm talking over there, baby. This boy's so funny. Oh yeah, okay, I can see a little bit more now. What's up, honey? You continue. You know how to do it. You ready for a nap? You ready for a nap? Where's the... Ooh, another one chicken. What's wrong? You tired? What you want? You want this? Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Uh-oh, nothing. You put it over there because you wanted to trip. Okay, well, don't spill them on the floor because last time you put all of them on the floor. Here. Great. Oh, boy. Oh, my music equipment. I dabble. I'm a singer by design, by birth. I don't know. So that's really my go-to, but I also I used to study music. I went to school for classical. I went to school for music for I did 7 years of classical training, voice, and then when I was in college, I was a voice major. So when you're a music major, you have to have 2 instruments. When you're a voice major, your second instrument has to be piano. Can I play piano? No, but I do have a keyboard. It's on the other side. Y'all can't see it today, but I moved it because it was over here. So I have a keyboard that I never play that I'm supposed to be spending more time on. I have a guitar that I also never played that I'm supposed to be spending more time on. And then I can do some basic stuff like DJing. But I have a controller that I don't use as much as I would like to. Now that it's summertime, I'm gonna start setting my stuff back up. But I have been working on setting up my office. So part of my office will have like the music setup. So I'm thinking right now it's probably going to end up over here because that's where the bigger desk is. But we'll see. My like I said, my keyboard and stuff is set up behind where the camera is now. So I have like a what's right here? That's just a little groove box. I like to play around with it, but I should check the batteries on it because that thing is super fun to play with. It's a Novation circuit, but I bought that in like 2019, I want to say. So they don't make, I don't think they make this version anymore. That's my old record box controller that I also bought around the same time. It was like a basic, it's like, I think it might be like a 400 DDJ 400. It could be like 400 or 600, something like that. Something like whatever, like the like 200 $300 tier is, that's whatever that falls in, because I think that controller is also updated now, but that's what that is. um and then I got a crate down there with a bunch of other crap in it. Not crap, actual technology and tools that that I have in a crate instead of put together. um I think that's all the main music equipment I have right now, though. I would like a synth. That's what I really want. But like, do I need one right now? No, because I don't use I don't use anything that I have at the moment. I think that's probably the next thing I want. And I want a set of electric drums. I never tried to play the drums before, but I'm like obsessed with the idea of like electric drums right now for some reason. So I do have another channel. I don't post on there like all the time, but I started posting on another channel just for me to do music stuff and just like hobby stuff. So um I don't know if it's linked on my YouTube. It's called like, I think it just says like DJ Meta Girl or something like that. Something just super basic. Um so if you're already on YouTube, you could find it. Let me see. I'm about to probably pin this up because it's getting on my nerves. Oh, oh, let me go here real fast. Oh, actually, what happened to my screen? Oh, is it right here? Left screen. There we go. Okay. I'll show you real fast. YouTube. Oh, they posted it as a video. What do I want to do? Did I link it? I'm just about to look and see. Oh, I should put it. I should put my other channels on here, and then y'all can see my other channels. But it's like, hold on. If I do this, I'm just curious. If I just search for my name, do all my channels come up? Well, these two channels come up at least. I have one more channel. Oh, here's my gaming channel. On Twitch, I do everything. Like everything goes on Twitch now, but no, we're listening to AI music right now. We're listening to like AI generated music from this site called Moobert. But that's something I want to get into. I just haven't had, I'm not gonna say I haven't had the time, but I've been trying to get my life together foundationally. Um, Especially now that it's finally getting warm outside, so the days are longer. Like the daylight is we have more daylight, I guess. I want to be able to just easily come in, like especially on a Saturday, like Saturday morning. I want to just come in and it's like, oh, I feel like um I want to be practicing my keyboard at least a couple times a week and practicing on the guitar a couple times a week. And then sometimes I just be in the mood and I'll just practice. I've been practicing mixing, beat matching and stuff like that. But what we're listening to is the Endless Stream from Moobert. And so they have these different getting confused and off topic. It's my stream. I'm not off topic. I'm very on topic, but if that bothers you, you're welcome to, find another stream. But I'm just working on what I'm working on today and getting to know people as well. This is just a normal part of our conversation. Um, so yeah, we're listening to the Moobert music. This is pretty good. I've tried a lot of these channels already. So I think you can't even get to the channel I'm listening to anymore without subscribing. But yeah, I do get into like I do get into if y'all don't want to go down rabbit holes, you definitely are in the wrong stream. That's all I'm gonna let you know. Um, let me see. I'm just chilling, working on stuff. But I also have to get warmed up and I also have to eat. So I'm not gonna start coding until I'm comfortable to start coding. But it's okay. Like I said, you guys are welcome to move on to another stream if it's not your vibe. But this is our normal vibe here. So if you're new here, just go back and watch all my last years of streams. Like sometimes I might just be mic off and just focused and not talking or saying anything. But most of the time I like to be able to converse and, I have my other interest in the background to spark conversation. So yeah, this definitely is one of those. um yeah, because I mean, I don't know, like, as a software engineer, I've never not talked about other things while we were working. Like, you don't just talk about code all day. I would not be here if we just was gonna talk about code all day. I do teach and I do a lot of other stuff, but um live streams are for me to come and actually work on what I'm working on and, you know, just be who I am as a person. So, yes, I love whenever people do ask about my other hobbies and interests because, as you can see, I am more than just a person that writes code every day. I also have my baby in the background because I am a mommy, So, I think it's, it is what it is, but it's it's a live stream, so it's like you can just find another one. But this is super normal for our streams for anybody that's new. And I welcome y'all in on the YouTube side because we've been doing this on Twitch for a minute. Hey, Preacher. Who's my favorite Dragon Ball character? Because how y'all not going to notice my shirt? Hold on. First of all, look at the shirt. Oh my god. I found this shirt. And her favorite color is pink. Yeah, my favorite color is pink. Can you tell? Do I got enough pink stuff in my life? Um, yes, I'm going to code, but if you just want to see code, you gotta go watch another video. Cause I haven't even eaten yet and I'm starving. And plus we about to be here all day. Meta, you better. Look, y'all tell YouTube what it's about. Okay, we here. We got a whole vibe going. Um, my favorite y'all, my favorite Dragon Ball. Oh, but you said Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball, just like the whole series. I'm assuming you kind of mean. My favorite character is. Ooh, okay. Because normally I go to Frieza. Like Frieza is legitimately like my favorite character. I used to have all kind of Frieza stuff around here too. We gonna bring. I need to decorate my office over this summer. So Frieza is my favorite character, first of all. But like, I feel like I wanted to say Vegeta. Like, I feel like I really wanted to say Vegeta in that moment, and I was like, hold on, because I don't think I've ever not said Frieza to answer that. It's Frieza, don't lie. Y'all know his rude ass. The thing about Frieza is like he's so uppity. He's so uppity. Like I don't even want to get into a political because people be taking stuff a whole type of way. But like Frieza is so funny to me because he's like, the fucked up part about Frieza is that he legit is like, he really is who he say he is. That's the thing. Like, He don't even be practicing. He don't even be training. He never trained. I think he never had trained before. And like whenever he develop a new form, he not like the Saiyans who just be going around all the time and that's all they do. He really is peak because he don't even gotta try. And then when he try, he just be coming in like, oh, guess what? I got another form. Y'all want to see it? So anyways, Frieza's so funny to me. I don't know why. He's so intriguing as a character. Um who else? Yeah, Vegeta grew on me over the years, for real, for real. Because I feel like Vegeta's so real. Like, I'm about to call him Kakarot. See, but like Goku, we all love Goku, but Goku is like, I don't know. I guess he's a little more optimistic and chipper than I can like personally identify with. Versus Vegeta, Vegeta really be having to get it out the mud sometimes. And then he be like, I'm trying so hard, and this man, how dare he be like better than me? And like Vegeta is like committed. He don't play around. So I like Vegeta. And his character arc was like pretty cool, like his transformation and stuff like that. Because the year before last was the first time I'm about to put like a ponytail holder or something because this stressed me out. The year before last was the first time I ever watched that's the first time we watched Dragon Ball, the original Dragon Ball. That's the first time I watched it all the way through. I think I've seen episodes and stuff, but I don't think I ever had finished it. And when baby boy was like little, like when he was like a few months, we started watching Dragon Ball, the first one, and that was pretty cool too, just to get like some like firsthand experience or whatever. But it's like you gotta see, like it's like I've seen it and but I've not watched it so many times that I can like just be thinking about like the Saiyan arc, the original arc when Vegeta came in, and just seeing like the whole transformation is really cool to see like how the characters evolved from the very beginning, because obviously when we came up, like Dragon Ball Z was already a thing. So I watched Dragon Ball Z and I watched Super before I ever like fully watched all of the original Dragon Ball. Prompt engineering. Oh, let me see. The AI, you can download them and have them local and access them. Are you giving me advice? I don't. Or are you asking? Because I know I'm very competent in programming, and I'm already very familiar with this whole process. So I already have a way of I'm doing this. I don't know if somebody asked that question, but we don't need back. I don't need no support. Yeah, if you came to backseat code, you can leave. That's gonna irritate me real fast. I'm not even trying to be that person. I haven't ate yet either. Like, why are you? Who asked this? Did I miss a question, y'all? Okay, the whole series. Even if you like GT, I wouldn't. I just by design, the way I'm built, I think I can't touch I can't really touch a GT. Like I don't. I just feel like I'm gonna lose all my credibility if I watch it, because I'll probably watch it and end up liking it, and then I'm gonna be that person always arguing with people about it. So I'm just not gonna do that to myself at this present moment. But if y'all tell me like I need to watch GT, I might hear them out. But yeah, his squad of mercenaries was joked. The Ginyu Force wasn't. Hmm. Okay, let me think about that. Let me think about that. And we get into food. Oh, somebody was asking about me doing music. Yes, I don't have very much going on over here because this is really like a hobby channel for real. But as I feel inspired to, I want to post like anytime that I practice. If I have like a good practice session, like mixing, I will post those, and then I have been wanting to start like doing covers for a long time because I sing, so that's just how I express myself. But I really never had like any of my singing like public, even though I've been singing my entire life. I used to sing in multiple different programs. I was a soloist, like all kind of stuff. Just like I never really put anything out there. So last summer, I was feeling it and I was recording some stuff, but this was like just a day when I was testing out how the setup could work. And then I ended up liking one of the takes, so I just posted it. But so yeah, if you want to just kind of see the stuff I be doing over here, it's always there. And then, like I said, because some people are new, and some of y'all just don't know I got these other channels going on because people be like, "Oh, you can sing? Can you sing something for me?" And I'm going to say no every time. Like I do not sing on demand. That's why I'm not. That's why I wasn't a voice major no more because I hated the idea of like having to sing on demand. And every time like somebody asked me like to sing and I didn't want to sing for them, it was like a weird thing. Like I don't know. So, anyways, I say all that to say at this point, I do feel led to share stuff sometimes, and I just put it on that channel. So I don't know what the channel is actually going to be called, but I'm not creative with naming, and it takes me a long time to come up with names. So that's kind of where we are with that. Um, but yeah, the Ginyu Force, were they? I mean, the Ginyu Force were fighting the two strongest Saiyans. So like, I'm trying to figure out like, cause like Frieza, if they were really that weak, Frieza would have killed them. Like they wouldn't be the Ginyu Force if they were trash. Like just off of his personality alone. That's what I'm gonna say about that. So, hmm, I don't know how far this is gonna go, so I'm gonna take this to the side. Confirmation code. Kakarot. Let me see. That Goku versus Frieza with the transformations felt like forever. All transformations are forever in Dragon Ball because it's a part of the process. Like that first transformation, because you got to think like they don't. They have to master the transformations that they develop. So like it makes sense. Like in my brain right now, I feel like it's logical. But it's like the transformations be so long, but then it's like no, seriously, when you really think about it, the transformations, like the whole thing about transformations is like they train up until they can reach a new form, and then usually it takes them a long time to reach the first form, or to reach that form for the first time. And then afterwards they be like, oh, I got into it but I can't figure out how to get into it again. So I'm just being an advocate for I just made that up. Confirm your email to continue setting up. I just made that up in my head right now. I also feel like the transformations are so fucking long. Like, why? But now it just hit me like, wait, but really though, seriously, it should like, but that's the reason why. Like, I feel like there's a lore appropriate reason why. Not that that's ever been officially shared, as far as I know. No love for Yamcha. Well, no, no, no. You can say a young Goku is a dumbass, bro. Bro, dumber than a bag of rocks at night. He's so sweet, and he's not stupid. That's the thing. That's the thing. Oh, that's the thing. He's not fucking stupid. He just don't apply himself to anything outside of fighting. It's the same thing with Naruto. Naruto is not stupid. That man can come up with the most advanced techniques. That man can figure out stuff that nobody could do. Oh, let me tell you, because on the note of going back, because I was gonna say this earlier, on the note of going back and watching like the original series of something, I never finished the entire like original Naruto all the way through, because first of all, I used to watch it in English. I cannot stand Naruto's voice and like how he used to like his he just used to be so annoying to me. Like listening to him say believe it over and over again was just so frustrating. I don't know why. Anyways, I finally went back and started watching Naruto from the beginning, but obviously y'all know nowadays I be on the sub not dubbed. So I was watching the original Naruto. It's so good. Like knowing that again, as a person who pretty much watched Shippuden all the way through, and I was familiar enough with the original series, like I watched it here and there, but I never watched all of the episodes before. It's so good. And then seeing the source material for people, like, or the characters and like how they evolved, like, it's so good. I watched the tuning exams all the way through. I thought I was about to be skipping fights, and it was like, no, it was really good. Like, the character development and stuff like that, like, it made me appreciate it made me appreciate Shippuden a lot more, because they do a lot of flashbacks in Shippuden, so you kind of get to see everything that happened. But it's so good. The tuning exams was so much better than I thought they was gonna be. It's the fights that I thought was gonna be boring that turned out to be interesting or just entertaining in some type of way. And it really did set up like the character, like the foundational like traits of different characters. You don't like that one, baby? You gotta pop the balloons in the order they tell you to pop them in. No, you don't like that one, baby. You don't like that one. You don't like that one. Stop taking that one. You don't like that one. Yeah. Here, here. Pack it up. Okay. You will definitely go take it. Because you're doing too much. Hold on. He about to take a nap for real, for real. I was muted. I'll start talking again. The tuning exams are so good. No, yes, yes, yes. Because I'm thinking about because they did those. They did the fights at the end. Um, I feel like that's where I'm at right now. Like they just interrupted the tuning exams. I don't know how far I got beyond that. So like I know the general story, of course. I don't do one for you. Okay. Sandwich and fries. But it's so good. It's so good. And then what else? Let me see. Do I can stop? Where is it? Yeah. Okay. So maybe we don't. That's so risky. I gotta keep it. Just be brave. I need priority because it's like 1:30. All right. Where's my? Oh, that's right. Oh man. Yeah, whatever. Looks good. Okay, perfect. So I know my food is coming because that's gonna be essential. We do have Discord. You can exclamation mark Discord no matter whether you're on Twitch or YouTube. But let me catch up. No love for Yamcha, absolutely not. How would you even? Y'all just be trolling me though. Was about to put up Crunchyroll. No, why the fuck? Is it? It's not. I don't remember which platform we use no more because I used to use Verve. Yeah, I gotta go to Crunchyroll, right? It's like, wait, did I pick the right one? What else? Fire Force, y'all like this show? Let me finish verifying my account. PRX. And then on YouTube, it should be a link in the if you go to the like main profile page for, you go to my main page under my account info. I think it's one in there too. How to catch up on Fire Force. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I didn't miss nothing else. I've been it seems that it's going to be obsolete. That prompt engineering is going to be obsolete soon. I gotta back up and learn how to learn again. Yeah, ever leveraging AI. I think that's definitely a thing because I was like, I'm at a point where I need to redo like how I go about this, a lot of processes, because it is effective. And I'm also trying to get to a point where I can help people that are newer understand how to leverage AI more effectively, because I feel like it's easier for those of us that's experienced to use language models because we know how to speak the language of software. But like for people who, you know, are like new to the field or whatever, it's like you don't know what a microservice is. Like you don't know that, like, to say that in particular, you know, or you might not know it's certain like just the lingo of like how we describe software and things like that. That I feel like it would be helpful for people to understand, and then also to be able to help people understand how to like do their learning process with AI. Because yeah, AI is a good it's a good like teaching resource. I don't feel like people should just be copying and pasting the code from the AI if you don't have experience, because AI be giving trash code all the time. It's so many times where I got something from the AI, I'm like, that's not right, and then they'd be like, oh yeah, oh yeah, like you would never be gaslighting me. I feel like AI is the best gaslighter of all time. Prompt engineering. Leroy's giving me advice. Sounds good. Let's see. Catching up. Yeah, feel free, side combos, but I do also get a lot of people just randomly coming in assuming I'm a beginner, which is like, why are you doing that? So that's why I'm like, just let me know if I miss something. The YouTube audience is still fresh, but the Twitch audience, you know, we got we got life. We got life experiences together. What am I even talking about? I'm hungry. I'm still waiting on my 8 bar. I do want to make a mixtape. I should make a mixtape. I'm gonna make a mixtape this summer. I'm gonna make a mixtape this summer, y'all. Now, and I know y'all gonna hold me to it because I done said it out loud. 3 songs? Dang. No, you know what's funny? I've been thinking like, should I let AI ghostwrite for me? Cause like I can sing. I just can't. I don't want to make the song up. Discord watch party for what? Oh, for ooh, y'all. I'm probably gonna do a 24-hour stream. Y'all know my birthday is on Wednesday. I'm turning 35 next week. Woo! Wait, how do you do the ones, the balloons? Oh, the camera over here. Duh. I'll turn 35 next week, y'all. Yay! On Wednesday. So I'm doing a 24-hour stream for sure. The plan right now is to go from Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. And I also plan on going to sleep during the stream, so it's probably gonna be more like 31 hours than 24 hours. So you heard it here first. I was supposed to post it in my IG story, but I didn't. I'll never forget when Raycoon tanked the full powered final flash from Vegeta to the face and just flexed after it. Then he called him cute. Like, the Ginyu Force was good. They were. Like, Vegeta was getting, he had to come back a couple times, okay? He had to go get in the pot. Like, I'm just saying. Hold on, I'll get you a Discord link. Wait, it didn't pop up in the chat. Why is it not popping? This stream bot getting on my nerves. Hold on. Let me get you a Discord link. What am I? I'm looking for Discord. It ain't even out here. But yes, we can have a watch party. It's been a minute. I gotta catch up to Fire Force since I heard a plot twist. Okay. Hi, YouTube. Suno AI for music related stuff. So yeah, I need a ghostwriter and I need like AI backing tracks. All right, let me make sure I invite to the right channel. General. Copy link. Oh, y'all got simple. I could just copy a link. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. Oh my god. I I hit the paste. I hit paste. Oh my god, I hit paste and copied in the last thing I pasted inside of OBS, which is weird because why would it do that? Why would it do that? Timbaland also uses it. What is this? Hold on, I'm about to go see what this is too. Oh, thank you. See, I'm slow. My bad. Strider already posted it. Oh, you can't see it from there. Here, I'm gonna post on the YouTube side, y'all. Why jump scare myself? Oh, we got some stuff we gotta put into the stream too. So that's the other thing I plan on working on today. I was gonna add some stuff to the. Here, I'm gonna close it for now. I just was gonna show y'all how far I got. Where am I in my history? See, it says I'm at episode 82, but I'm certain I fell asleep during a lot of this, so I'm gonna run it back. I'm probably gonna run it back to when they crash the tuning exams. But nothing is more peak than Sasuke and Kakashi showing up like we know y'all was all waiting on this. Like we know. Like, we know y'all was all waiting on this. You're welcome. Like, that's so funny to me. I mean, they have a terminology for it now, but it's like, I don't think, like, what would you have called it before you called it aura farming? Like, I don't know, but that's all they were doing. Like, that one leaf blow through, and then these bugs came in back to back. Like, I cannot. So there's that. But yeah, I'm probably gonna run back to. I'm going to go back to episode 67, and I might be watching through that this weekend for real. And then here's the other thing that I said I want to work on today. We need to get some stream. Dang, what is it called? Like Tangio. Is it Tan? Yeah. Tangio, I think. Yeah, we need to get some updates to the stream, some more interactions, and I need to put more redemptions in there and stuff like that. Wait, okay, so now I can watch whatever this is. It's muted. No. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I gotta be able to hear it. Okay, it's unmuted. Oh, my slow button. I do want to make a mixtape. Oh wait, why my audio not coming out by headphones? Like, y'all could probably hear it and I can't. All right, now I'm gonna hear it. I do want to make a mixtape. I should make a mixtape. I'm gonna make a mixtape this summer. Y'all. Now, should I just be saying out loud? What is wrong with me? All right, we know. I said it. Y'all know one thing about me. If I said it, I meant it. Okay? What Wiz Khalifa say? Y'all don't even know that song. What song is that? I'm just a young nigga hustling. Yeah. That's Light School or Cabin Fever. Mixtape Energy. Old school mixtapes and YouTube sites. I don't know. We got to see if YouTube people are what's the word? If they gonna press me enough, y'all gonna press me, so then I could just go hide on YouTube. But we are doing a 24-hour stream for my birthday in some way, shape, or form. But it's probably gonna be 31 hours, like I said, because I'm not about to. I did that before when I turned 30 during the pandemic lockdown birthday. But yeah, we gonna get a nice little AI chat character in here with us, and that'll be fun. So I'm gonna set that up today. And then let me see, did I finish this? Continue. Oh shoot, I'm probably waiting on my food. I ain't even paying attention. When I get up, I'm gonna turn the music down. So I'm just setting up my account for Meta for the developer access. I just need my name, birth date, password, so it makes me set up a new account. So that's interesting. I wonder if they're gonna have some way of attaching these to the other accounts. I just don't get why Apple wants your developer account to be tied to an Apple ID when they also make you, like, if I already have my own developer account, then I can't join anybody else's team, which is dumb. Password. What's my password? Y'all gonna be watching my keys online or something? I don't know. Excuse me. I'm over here dying. But yeah, if anybody ever was like, oh my god, I want to hear you sing, now I can just be like, Here's a video that I posted. I was singing, I want to say I was singing Killing Me Softly. I'm just trying to make sure I don't like. That's funny. Also, Justice I got a new gate on his door for his room. Like, that has been a big deal because this boy been all over the place for like the last couple months. It's just been hard to manage. He won't sleep like how he was, and it's been too much. Excuse me, but that's because, and just like that, I mean, dang, y'all got my key like all out here. I want to share what this look like, but I ain't trying to show all my business. Here, I'm gonna show y'all a screenshot of a redacted screenshot for informational purposes. I really be jamming to this music. It's just funny to me. It's funny to me if it's not funny to nobody else. Like, why are you vibing that hard? Let me see. Oh, I'm so hungry. Oh. Hurry up, please. Please hurry up. Please. Oh, please. Your girl is struggling, okay? Just chatting code with me. Do I want to be here? See, finder. Not be a bully. And then still. I don't know what that was supposed to do. It didn't do anything. Where did I put my key at? This is what we are working with after we sign up for the account. So it's taking me straight in here. Open the terminal, copy the following command to quickly call the API. This is the curl command. And then they do give you a reference to the Llama API and the Python Llama API and the Python OpenAI API. You over here being productive, and here I am sweating my exit interview in 20 minutes. You got something new on the horizon? Did you tell me? I'm not being that productive because I've been sitting here I've been live for 1 hour and 38 minutes. 30 of those minutes I was not even on the computer yet. And then the other hour I've been sitting here talking about Dragon Ball Z. So, but I have gotten an account access, and I got an API key. So let's try this out. Stay up the wall. Stay up the wall. I need a terminal. Term. Y'all gonna end up seeing this anyway. I'm gonna have to wreck this key. Hey, hello Llama, can you give me a quick intro? I'm Llama, a meta-designed model. Hold on here, let's do this. I'm Llama, a meta-designed model here to adapt to your conversational style. Whether you need quick answers, deep dives into ideas, or just want to vent, joke, or brainstorm, I'm here for it. Okay, thank you. All right, so then it just lets me continue to the API home. All right, so this is what we got going on. Found out last day was going to be today. Oh, one of those. At 2 p.m. last deploy at 4, then gotta work on shipping my laptop back. Ooh, that's the thing. I had to buy my last couple laptops because I haven't worked for a company in a while. Like, you know, when you work for a bigger company, obviously you got their tech. And the last laptop I bought, my 2019 MacBook, I was using that one. I bought that one in 2022, so it was still really good, and it was like a top spec 2017 model. But when I tell you, I was like, oh my god, I am not about to sit here and spend $2,000 on a laptop. And then I ended up going on what's the site called? It's like Back Market. Yeah, I ended up going here and I found some good options. Speaking of which, I need to get a new phone. I do not want to pay full price for a phone right now. $480 for a 15. Well, I guess technically I don't. I kind of need a new phone. I kind of don't. But I don't want. My phone is a 13 mini, and I'm like, my phone is wheezing. It's wheezing. Okay. But the camera that I'm using right now for a stream is like an iPhone 15 or is it a 16? I think it's I think it's a 15 because the 17s are about to come out now, right? So the one that's on the hooks right here is a 15. It's a 15 Pro. But I need a new phone. Because the main reason that I need a new phone at this moment, like what my phone is struggling with the most is like using my glasses, because when you have the Meta AI glasses, you have to use an app. It's an app that you have to use. And that like syncs with the glasses and all that good stuff. But that app has my phone overheating because like my phone's so full now. I need more storage, and literally this poor little 13 mini is not designed to be doing a bunch of AI features on it. So yeah, the Meta AI app was working fine for me. And then eventually my phone just started really like, I think it's more so when I got close to like capacity on my storage, that's when it started struggling. So, but I am debating if I want to wait and get a 17 since I'm buying a new phone anyway. I need at least I at least want to go to a 16 since I already got a 15. Only thing is the 15 is not on the same carrier as my other one. So I can't just like switch over to that phone. But what I might do is switch my Meta AI app over to that phone because that phone is bigger, it has more storage, it's more recent. So I'm probably gonna do that in the meantime. But I don't know if I'm supposed to get, if I need a 17. If I'm buying a brand new phone, I'm just gonna get a 17, honestly. I'm ready to work. Candyman, hey, thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Happy Friday. Oh, I should put this announcement on here. I should put it on the screen, right? Oh, well, I guess, I don't know. I don't want to like say I don't know what time I'm gonna start the stream. I just know I'm doing a 24-hour stream for my birthday. So it's either gonna be the day of my birthday going into the next day, or it's gonna be the night before. So technically when I turn 35 at 4:47 a.m., I'll be live. But my birthday's on Wednesday, so just letting y'all know. But yeah, things are going well. It's been busy. It's been very busy. And thank you for the birthday wishes too. It's been very busy in a good way. I'm like very excited about a lot of different opportunities that have been coming my way. I've been doing a lot of startup coaching. I've been doing I'm still doing MVP builds with founders, but I'm so picky about who I work with now and like what kind of interactions that we have. I'm not just focusing more so on like the actually developing out the product. Like I kind of want to lean more on the fractional CTO side of things because I don't even enjoy, I'm not gonna say I don't enjoy like building, but like I'm not the same like how I used to be when it comes to like coding. Like even now it's like I'm not obsessed with just coding day in and day out. Like I used to be so I need to sell them a bunch of these phones I got around here. But I used to be so like locked in on, you know, oh my, like if I, like right now I would be definitely coding regardless of me starving. But I need to work my way up to this. So I don't know. I just been noticing like I'm less likely. What are you doing, girl? It should not be taking this long. There we go. There we go. Okay. But yeah, so I just noticed like I be dragging my feet on coding sometimes, you know? Like I just feel like yeah, your interests change. Like I've been in my career for 10 years now. So it's other things that I'm interested in. I would say like for me, my interest slowly drifts over time. So I still love being in software. I've always loved being in software, but y'all gotta like, I don't, you know, for people who don't have context, like when I first got started, I did front end vanilla JavaScript, HTML, CSS, like pre React, pre Angular, what else? Pre CSS Grid, pre Flexbox, floats and clear. All we had was floats and clears and Bootstrap Grid. Okay, so like when I first started, that was like I did that. That's like how I first got into the into the field, and then I did freelance front end development for a while, and then I took a Java bootcamp because I wanted to do full stack. And again, at that time, there was no such thing as a full stack JavaScript engineer. Like it was no full stack JavaScript. So I learned Java as my backend language, and then after that, I did full stack work. But when I was doing the first full stack job I did all different languages. So it just depended because I work for an agency, so we just did work for different clients. Sometimes we built apps for people or maintain their apps, and then sometimes we might like supplement their team if they needed extra devs on a project or something like that. So in that case, I was doing like Ruby on Rails and some we mainly did Ruby on Rails, and then sometimes we did like custom WordPress, PHP, different PHP sites and stuff like that too. So that was like when I first got into like more so doing a lot more back end work. And then I preferred the back end to the front end. So I spent a lot more time doing that. But I was doing a lot of full stack work because after that, I um, worked for a startup where I was helping them build their platform. And I was pretty much the only engineer working on that project. So I did everything, everything, um, besides the actual design work. Um, then then I got into my fellowship. When I did my fellowship, um, originally when I joined the company that I joined, I was an API engineer. So I was actually on the API team that was building a developer facing API, external developer facing API. So that was still within my wheelhouse. But then that team ended up needing to branch off into another team, and I wanted to branch off into the new team, and on the new team we became the IoT team. Now I would never say like I would never put IoT on my resume, or maybe I should. But technically, when I moved to the new team, I was doing like completely different things. Like I was doing we were oh, it was like message brokers and stuff like that, transporting messages back and forth between the vehicles and the actual platform that we had. So that was pretty interesting. And then I've been interested in like machine learning and stuff since after I took my boot camp, honestly, around that time frame. And I've just kind of slowly learned things here and there over the years. But I definitely got to a point where I had decided, even when I was in my fellowship, I was going to that company thinking that they were going to be an AI company. They also thought they were going to be an AI company at that point. But then I think they ended up realizing that it was going to be harder than they thought to integrate AI because the technology wasn't it wasn't even ready to have AI integrations yet. So we ended up actually rebuilding the entire platform, like the entire vehicle connectivity platform that existed, or like replacing it essentially, like making a new era of it. So yeah, and then now I'm just a lot more focused on the machine learning side. And so I'm very excited about projects whenever somebody needs actual machine learning work, or they're trying to figure out how to integrate AI into like their existing idea. Then those things excite me. But like once I figured out how it needs to work, I literally do not care to be the person to just like implement every single detail. I'm definitely more interested in just staying at the high level at this point, and then get more into theory and stuff like that. So unless it's an AI project, I'm not even gonna be that excited to like code that project, unless it's another like challenge that I haven't tried before. So I'll be right back because I gotta grab my food. Okay, the WordPress bootstrap era. I like the names. I like those names. It's my little hand towel because I'm about to eat some chicken that has sauce on it. And it was not supposed to be bone in. I know my. I was supposed to turn the Can y'all hear his music in the background? Y'all can hear Gracie in the background. Y'all can hear her. Hold on. At least it won't be too loud. Um, the word. The WordPress bootstrap era before the great framework wars of 2012 to 2016. Literally. Um how was IoT different from backend? Like, I feel like I still was comfortable in IoT, but the data flow, like experience on um IoT is different because you have like the idea of message brokering. So you need streams of data just constantly going back and forth. Um, as opposed to when I was on the back end, at that point, we didn't do a lot of data streaming on the back end. The back end was more so make your API and have your data be accessible via a REST API. So I make a structured request, I get some data, receive it, etc. Like, just that's the exchange. With the message brokering, it's like, why am I cold? I'm about to turn the heat up. With the message brokering, it's like you're constantly receiving data and you're constantly sending data, and it's so many messages going through at one time. And just the idea of, like, in that case, instead of knowing, like, when you do an API request, you will get a response back, so you'll know, like, hey, okay, this, if it didn't go through or it did, and you can kind of handle the situation based on like that outcome kind of in that time frame, or in at the time that you make the request. But like when you do data messaging, it's not like that. It's like, it's almost like you constantly sending and receiving messages, and then you have to verify that messages, you have to go through a more complicated process to verify that a message was received. And then you have to assume that there's going to be times where there could be like a loss in connection, and you don't there's no retry, like with vehicle, it was vehicle data, like telemetry. That's a good example because with telemetry, like, I might want to send the speed, like I want to send like readings of my speedometer or whatever like that. You don't want to, you don't care about, like, you may or may not care about like the values. Say if like your system goes down, like you may or may not care about the values, the values that was sent to you, like while it was down, like if you only care about the most recent data. So, but then you also might have data that you absolutely have to receive, and yeah, the mechanisms don't work the same way. So you have to have different there's different approaches. Like you have like handshakes, and that like the it's like a conversational, like it's a back and forth type of like confirmation process that you go through when it comes to like IoT stuff. So it was more so like the concept of how a lot of the software needed to work was different. But now, we have more streaming type of situations. Like even with Llama, like I should say OpenAI, and like some of the LLMs, the APIs, like they have the concept of like kind of basically having an open chat and you can just keep sending and receiving data back and forth. And the idea of data streaming is just so popular now. And then you have services like Kafka. If you ever use like Kafka, you have services like actually like messaging services and data streaming services that are more similar. That kind of work is more similar to IoT, at least the type of stuff that I was doing. Cause like we had a message broker. Like this is the message broker. One of the message brokers I used to work with. Hold on, refresh our music. One of the message brokers I used to work with was called Hive Q. So MQTT is the protocol that we use. So it's a completely different protocol, and the steps in the process that you need to do are different than like HTTP. So that was interesting. Also, when I worked in IoT, like when I was on that team, we were responsible for how we set up like a secure connection with the vehicle. And so I also had to learn more about like SSL and certificate management. I had to do a lot more infrastructure based stuff than I probably would have did in any other team in that company in particular, because we actually had an infrastructure team. However, most of the other most of the other teams at the company at the time who did regular software services, they they basically deployed all of their applications like based off of however the infrastructure was developed. But for us, we were literally building like from the ground up this like message brokering component of our platform. So it was a lot more of like actually having to get into the nitty gritty details of how the authentications needed to work. And then you have to be, in our case, you had to be careful too, because um, some of the data that you're sending and receiving, like you have VIN numbers and stuff like that, and you got stuff that could be considered PII. So we literally had to be like very careful with a lot of that. So I don't know, it was just interesting. It was completely different. Like how I wrapped my mind around what the data was that we were working with and how we got access to it. But then beyond that, once we got the data like into the platform, all of our other services on our team were more typical, like microservices. We have microservices architecture anyway, so all the different engineering teams, we all had our own set of services that we built, and then all of our services could interconnect amongst the teams. Live Lab, welcome back. I'm using Kafka right now for messaging, lots of messages. Yeah, it's pretty cool though. I actually was just looking at on Udemy, I have a Kafka course that I never finished. And I was gonna see, I'm like, if he's still updating these, which he is, I think I'm gonna go back and do the Kafka courses that I had, because I have the Kafka fundamentals here. Go back. I also have, yeah, he has Kafka for beginners, and then he has streams and data processing. Is this one updated too? Yeah, of course it is. So um I'm probably gonna go do those. I got gRPC. Like I had to learn gRPC when I was working at that company. This is a lot of the stuff that's on here. Some of these more like advanced like topics. These were for when I was doing vehicle connectivity software. It was a lot. This one haven't been updated since 2023. But I had to learn, like, instead of using like HTTP APIs, and having REST APIs, we had all of our microservices like connected to each other via gRPC, and you have something called protobufs. You had to learn. There was a lot of interesting things I learned about through that process. Um, It was a lot though, because that was a big jump from where I was like coming from like the web framework world, to get into like basically a complete like data streaming platform. It was interesting. It was very interesting. I learned a lot though. Yeah, all the service microservices were they had some type of gRPC integrations. It was very rare for us to use any type of REST API, like REST style API or something like that. We almost always used gRPC and had protos that let you know how to connect to another team services. But then internally on your team, it was kind of up to you how you did it. As long as, because like it's easier, on my team, all my services are already interconnected. um so a lot of times they might already have a certain level of access to each other, because they were designed together. But for the most part, definitely in between teams, it was always some type of grpc interactions. Wait, it was one more. So if I were to say IoT is more niche or specific API development, would that be true? I in I would say in a way, yeah, but it's a different concept. If you think about IoT, think more about a platform like Netflix or YouTube, where people don't I think people who never had to write that kind of software don't think about it, but like video streaming is constantly sending frames. Like you're just sending frames. Um I'm like I'm uh I am at like 4,700 kilobits per second, I guess that is. And yeah, it's like my live stream is sending a bunch of like a series of frames, right? And that is more similar to IoT. Cause like, for example, when I start dropping frames, do we care about like like do you still need those frames once you went past that moment? Like in live streaming, we prioritize getting the most recent information. So it's like if I end up dropping frames on the back end, they shouldn't care that much about the frames I dropped and trying to recover those and then trying to tack those in, because like that moment has come and gone. But they should care more about being able to send frames quickly, being able to send as many frames as possible quickly, and then just like the ideas of how you like how much data duplication do you need. Typically you need some type of at least 1 to 2 backups of the data flow, just so that like again in our case, with the data that we were receiving, it wasn't necessarily something, it's not a real time, everything is not real time. So like location data, for example, yeah, if you lost connection, I might want you to retry my location data, or or you will hope your system has like a backup of that data, because maybe one connection was lost but another one wasn't, or whatever. I don't know. It's very interesting. But like if you look at like Kafka, any tools like that, that's very similar to the type of work I had to do with the message brokers. Um, but for us, they used Kafka internally. We didn't use Kafka a lot on my team. The other teams that we passed the data along to, that's how they actually like routed data inside of the platform. But like when it came to the brokers, message brokers already have a certain way of handling the message routing internally. So like it's I'll say those are more similar to each other. And I'm really rusty on some of that stuff too. So if anybody has more like recent experience, or y'all do a lot of work in like message brokering, feel free to share, because like I thought this was such an interesting experience overall. And then I have projects that like I had AI projects that I wanted to do that was related to message brokering and um, vehicle diagnostics and stuff like that. Because originally when I was in school, in engineering school, I was a mechanical engineer. So I actually wanted to do research on like um, engine diagnostics and what's the word I'm looking for? Um, predictive maintenance, I guess you could say. So, but the only thing was like, I think at that company at the time, the the platform that we were replacing, or like the existing solution that we were replacing, we had to replace it. We couldn't augment it because a lot of the vehicle systems prior to Tesla, the software was, it was not a very modern like software. Um, it wasn't a modern like software development like process at all. A lot of times like the cars, the software that's on the vehicle, they probably did a code freeze. Say if a car comes off the line and you buy it off the lot, the code that's on that vehicle, they probably did a code freeze like 2 years ago. There was no concept of like a update once you got your vehicle. Actually, once your vehicle was sent to production, there was no such thing as like getting a update. And so it was like the existing system had to be completely rewritten in order to even enable like AI and predictive maintenance or anything like that. So we ended up basically building a connectivity platform. It was really cool to do though. So yeah, let me see. Yeah, RabbitMQ. I didn't do much with RabbitMQ just because we ended up using HiveMQ. This is the company I worked for, Autonomic. We became one of their early partners. Like, and it was so interesting too because back then it was kind of like this was like I remember it was like, hey, read the white paper. Read the white paper on like what the company is doing. Like it was very R&D, very R&D. Like at our company, all of our engineers were R&D. I know at some big companies, like, you know, you have a team that's dedicated to R&D, but it's like, no, literally every single engineer at our company was considered R&D. So we were literally building something that it was like we had to figure out how to get this to be a thing. We even some of the features that we thought we wanted to use, we didn't know if it was going to be possible. So that was really fun. I enjoyed that work a lot, I will say that. And let me see. Can you give one motivational word? Wow, off the top of my head. When evaluating messaging, it was either Kafka or RabbitMQ. I still stick to open source. I like Rabbit MS name better, but Kafka one. Yeah, Rabbit. I do know like RabbitMQ was good, and then I don't know if yeah, Azure had this one called IoT Hub. I don't know the state of IoT Hub at this point, but I had to learn a lot of like I had to at least learn to use and manage some of our software on IoT Hub, but eventually we definitely used in HiveMQ and just had a message broker type of system. But IoT Hub did have like a message broker, but it just, the experience was not ideal. Y'all know I'm not like a huge um I'm not a huge fan of like Microsoft and Windows development. All right, so they gave me, I do need to eat. I'm upset because it's probably my fault, but the wings I actually wanted to eat, I accidentally ordered them bone in. So I might go off camera for a second because I'm not about to be sitting here eating saucy wings. Ooh wee. But just to answer, I wish I did have like a motivational word or like that I could just give off the top of my head, but my brain is fried at this moment. I need to eat. But if you're welcome to stay around, I'm good for it, but not just like randomly throwing them out there. But I do want to acknowledge the question. Oh, y'all can't see the chat over here. Oh, my stomach is empty. All right, so we had that. I'm just taking a quick lunch break, but welcome in, Lebroyd. All right, I'm back now. I needed that so bad. I feel like 1,000 times better. Um, just my stomach being full is enough for me to concentrate. All right, and the sun is about to come on this side too. And that's gonna be nice because I need a little more light. But I just was scrolling through this. Okay, so first and foremost, we have made it here. I tried out the curl sample that they gave right upon coming into the platform, so we know that part works. What else? I clicked on the documentation. That's pretty much what I was looking through. They got a playground, API keys, rate limit, usage. Let me see what the rate limits are. Early access, view the guides and learn about how rate limits work. Tokens. Oh, so it's legit rate limited as opposed to, do we have a cap though? Like an overall cap? Or it's just tokens per minute and requests per minute? All right, so I'll go back and read the rate limits if I need to. I don't see, like, I don't know why I would need the nitty gritty details on it. 3,000 requests per minute. That's what it was, right? Requests per minute and then tokens. Yep. Okay. Got you. But yeah, if you never used like a cloud platform before, you have to pay attention to like rate limiting. If you have a certain amount, it can be a certain amount of requests that you can make in a certain time frame. It can, and that time frame can be like, in their case, it's just like, this is how many you can make in a minute. But sometimes it's also like a overall cap, and they might have a cap in here somewhere as well. But for now, it looks like they're only talking about, they're not doing like a long-term cap. It's just per minute cap. And this is also only for the preview. So I have not seen any of this yet, but it'll be a good first first reaction, and let's see how easy it is. It was really easy to run the command that they gave you in the original, or when I started up. So the curl command that they gave you to hit the endpoint, that worked fine. And then the return back, it was like just a JSON message and a return back a JSON message. I think it was probably just JSON. So yeah, I went straight to the documentation because I kind of really want to see. But this is already reminding me a lot of how OpenAI stuff is. I wonder if I can sign in to, which one is yeah, it's platform. I was gonna say, I always forget. So they're definitely keeping with that same vibe of how this one is. So I'm not logged in, but you can even see normally, I think I want to say the menu looks like exactly the same. Let me see, because I don't know how the login process needs to go. No, it's a Google account that I got on here. I am so glad I ate. I need something to sip my coffee on me. I should crochet a little coaster. Or you know what I was thinking? I need to crochet a desk mat. Or like use this random thing that never, I don't know what this was supposed to be. It was just more so something I was just doing. But I need to like, will this fit? Because I don't like sitting stuff down and y'all can hear it. And also, you know, mouse and keyboard and all that kind of action. So anyways, multitask. So this is how the OpenAI platform looks when you sign into that one. Well, it's pretty similar. They're even going after like a similar style. So get off of there. Oh, I'm so glad it's the weekend. It's so funny because I'm like, the weekend is not necessarily, for me, it's not like, oh, I'm so glad it's the weekend, I'm about to party. It's like, I'm just so glad it's the weekend because, like, off from work. Just off from work. That's all. Just not answering emails, just focusing on my own life. Just that part. Oops. So this gonna still work good? I don't know if this is gonna work that well, but I'll get an actual mouse pad. But for the meantime, I'm like, I need something to cushion what's going on here. You stay right there. So cute. Shout out to Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, the first and the finest. Okay. So we got a little something going on. So then when I do this, it's not getting picked up by my desk. All right, or by my mic. The one thing that I didn't need to drop failed. All right, let's see how this one works. I just be needing this one for swiping action. Oh, this works good. Okay, that's fine. We'll do better tracking since I got a more rough surface. Okay, perfect. Yay, technologies. I need like a heating pad that just, oh, that's also why my freaking pillow is migrating. But I need a heating pad that goes like a lumbar pillow heating pad. My back is hurting. Anyways, turn this up. I'm about to grab this blanket too. I'm about to be so cozy. It's finally time. my wife and daughter portable heating pads. One of them had a massage function. Yes. Literally. Is this the spot? This heating pad is good. Ugh. This one is really good. It's just not. The thing is, you need different heating pads for different scenarios. That's what it really is. So like this one, it really goes on your back. Like it's a really long heating pad. It's like it goes up on your shoulders. It got a wire around the neck and a little magnet in the front, and it goes like all the way down. So this is good, but it's uncomfortable for this seating arrangement. And it also, when it's up this high, it don't hit where I need it to hit. Cause it's like my lower back that needs help. So, cause yeah, I've been sleeping on a hardwood floor every night for at least 2 to 3 hours. Oh my gosh, that's another reason. That's the main reason why I got a new baby gate. It was a whole thing. I was putting that thing together at midnight the other night. Oh, my side hurts. Okay, so Busy's coming in. I'm like getting cozy. Welcome in. Happy Friday. It took me almost 3 hours just to get ready to really start working on something. But that's why sometimes y'all don't see me, because I'll be like, oh, I'm about to stream, and then it's all the emotional prep it takes to get into the whole feel of it. But I am at a point where I'm so much more open-minded, because I used to feel like, oh, I gotta have like a certain structure prepared for stream, and then I'm always changing things, and then a lot of like you get to being overly prescriptive, especially when you like make content. But this is not content, this is my life, so I hope y'all get something out of it. But also I'm going to be here more often when I can take my time. And I feel like I'm not the only live streamer to have that style, but I recognize that might be new to how we do things over here. But for the most part, I feel like y'all understand. At least people who've been hanging around, y'all understand. So that all being said, I feel good now, because I just wanted to work on some kind of code. Like I just want to do something technical today. I got a lot of stuff I need to be doing right now, but it's like I just want to do that so bad. And I want to say this is like my first day this week not having a meeting. So I just knew I was going to get to kind of like come and be in my own little world. Oh, my camera about to die. Oh, now I feel like going down on this floor. I need to order more cables. A USB-C to USB. just under the desk, under the PC. All right, I swear, I'm not gonna have to move again. Chill. Oh, I gotta actually plug it in. You know when you know you're supposed to plug something in and then you get the plug, but you somehow don't complete the plugging process? Like, I'm good for getting the plug, putting one part in to, like, I'll either put the port in on the phone, but I won't plug it up into the wall, or vice versa. And then it still goes dead. And I'm like, what happened? And it's just a USB-C hanging out the phone. For no reason. Do you mean ideas like something to build on, Busy? Still working on this blanket. It's really big now though. Like it's legit a good size. It's bigger than a throw, but it's not as big as I want it to be. Project ideas like application ideas. Wait, what did I say? I don't know. I asked if it was like I was asking if it was like projects that you want to work on. Sounds like it. What intrigues Fizzy? Everything, all the things. I was gonna say, if you get too stuck in the weeds of trying to come up with an idea, because I'm following up on the talk we had earlier. I recommend, if you start going down the rabbit hole, just pick a clone app and work on a clone app. But you're not allowed to like follow. If you follow a tutorial, you can't count that app as the clone app. Like, pick an app that you feel like, okay, this is interesting. I would love to know like how this was made, or this is a company I would want to work for. Better example. And try to clone their app. Like, I think that's a really good experience. But saying all that to say, when it comes to breaking the project down, like, you want to start with the most basic things, most basic features. So we definitely could talk about it more if you took you can do what Metadata is saying. Kind of want a better version of Instagram. Yeah, like, but the thing is, the learning experience you're going to have trying to actually implement the features, and the things you will learn about how that platform is built, or why it's built the way it's built, is something that can come as a result of doing that clone. I think clones are underrated, but I also feel like clones are underrated more so because a lot of people do clone videos on YouTube. Like, there's a lot of tutorials on doing clones, but that's not the experience I'm mentioning. So you definitely can, and depending on where you are with your process, I would say like a tiered approach is you can do like some type of course where you follow along and build something the entire way through, like a clone tutorial or something like that. You can do that, but also then after you do that, work on your own app at least for half the summer. by the time you hit midsummer, as far as whenever you start back to school, um, that's when you should be focusing on building your own project. For the first half of the summer, you can either you could just start there, or you can like take something like this. I just give you an example what I mean. This would be a good structure that I would recommend for you for the summer. Oh, I want to watch this. Oh, with Angular, cause Angular is still a thing, y'all. Angular. Hold on, I'm gonna save this. What is wrong with me? Hold on. Okay, like Spotify clone. They do Spotify clones, right? Yeah. So like, it doesn't have to be a clone. I'm just saying. I think clones are a good example, but basically a guide where you go all the way through a building process. Free Code Camp has a lot of them, but I'm saying like that would be a good place to start, because it will be a lot of tools and techniques and things that you want to get exposed to that you probably haven't seen just coming out of your course. So this will be a more guided approach to seeing like, hey, here's how a more complicated project needs to be structured. Here's some of the different terminologies and concepts that you need to know about, such as like frameworks, um, design patterns. Like when he says MVVM, model view view model, that's a specific design pattern, you know. So following like a full tutorial like that where they're building something from start to finish, I would recommend that. You could do that for the first half or however long it takes you. But if you are still working on that by the midsummer, then just start on your own project by the midsummer. Um, those two activities, like that's internship level experience, if not better. That's like startup internship level experience. Um, because by the time you got to the end of the summer and you had to actually go through the process of building some of these features, even if you only built what looks like the most basic things, you will have such a more fundamental understanding of how the software has to work, why it works the way that it works, the different tools that you used. It's just that's kind of what you will want to have accomplished by the end of a good like engineering internship, in my opinion. And yeah, if you were my intern, I would have you do something like that. Free code camps videos are so long. Programming is so long. Yes. Fucking yes. Yes. That part. Cause that be the first thing. That'd be the first thing that somebody says lately. And I'm like, y'all, do y'all know what y'all getting into? This is your life. What are you talking about? You lucky. You lucky he put it in a 10-hour video. I told you it's gonna take you the whole I promise you, if you actually want to go down this path, you see this video is 10 hours, this is not about to be a week long thing. If you really take the time to work on this, you're going to be working on this at least for a few weeks to get through this material. This is this is a very pre-planned process. You're going to run into hiccups, which are natural. It's going to be things that does not work the way it works in the video. That is literally how it works. And when we create courses, we already practiced a lot of things behind the scenes to get it to work a certain type of way. When you have to build it from your own on your own from the ground up, like take your time on this. Even this 10-hour video, if you wanted to build something like this, you need to I'm not gonna say need to, but you would get a lot out of it to just go through and do this clone project for the first half of the summer. Because even though they're guiding you through every single step, you're not going to have a person there with you sitting right next to you to help troubleshoot and answer certain questions. You're going to have to reach out for help. You're going to have to do more digging on your own to go out and find some of the answers. You're going to have to start to kind of learn like, hey, maybe I can bring an AI assistant into this to help me, but like, how can I do that? Like, it's going to be a whole process because you've never done this before from start to finish like this, especially when it's more complicated. Like, the thing about clones that are so good for projects is that a clone, you're trying to build a real production app. And a lot of times, like I said, when you don't build the software, or even if it's not in your niche, you tend to like undervalue how much work it went into to make specific details that you might think is like, this is dumb. Why can't it just do this? Well, you will find out once you actually try to build it on your own. You know what I mean? So, and there's so much, and you can always take it beyond what they have in the core course, because even though this is a 10-hour course, it took way more than 10 hours to build Spotify. So this is going to have some of the basic Spotify features in it, but once you finish it, you might want to continue on with that and keep working on some of the other features that you would like to add on to the clone that exists in the app. This is not going to have all the features. So, yeah, that amount of time that can take you like the summer. And that would be a good project in and of itself. That would be a good learning experience. But I definitely think by the time you did all of that, what will help solidify it is for you to have to go through the process from start to finish on your own. Not saying you can't use resources, but just saying for the second half when you're building your clone, what I want to say, like, almost do refrain from coming to YouTube and just watching a clone video, right? On the project that you're doing, that you're choosing, like if you say Instagram, do not watch any Instagram clones. You can look up how to do certain things in whatever tools, like, but do not look up Instagram clone. You can do just normal software engineering like research. So you can say like, oh, how to build a carousel or something like that. But yeah, that's the only restriction I would give you there, because then that defeats the purpose. If you can just follow along with somebody from start to finish who already thought through all of the steps, then that defeats the purpose of that like second half project. At least the way I'm recommending it. So and then yeah, I was gonna say clone. If you pick Instagram, but if not, the second app that you do, the clone that you do from scratch, you can pick a company that you want to work for and try to clone their app. Because when you get into the interviewing process, especially in software, a lot of times people even ask you like, oh, like they like, or sometimes have questions framed around the different engineering challenges that they face within their platform. If that makes sense. Or within whatever their product is. So it's different when, like, I have a different understanding of, like, sometimes they'll say like, hey, what's one feature you would add to our app, right? And most of the time we choose features based off of the thing we like to use the most in the app as a consumer, and less often people think about the actual feature that you would build, but whether they ask you this directly or not, sometimes if they do ask you like, hey, what's a feature you would add to our app, they're going to ask you like, how would you implement it? That's a system design question. Even if you don't get like a formal system design interview, usually that's a good technical like benchmark to meet at the end of the summer, where it's like, if you could speak to like, hey, here's my favorite app or whatever, here's the app for the company that you want to apply for, you built it enough to have figured out like, hey, here's the feature I would want to add to the app. And then also, after you have that experience of seeing what it takes to put all those different components together, you probably could be a little bit more proficient to speak to like, yeah, here's how we would have to like implement that. Like, here's the different types of services or tools or whatever. Like, I don't know. I could go off on a tangent because y'all know I'll be going off on a tangent, but it's such a good experience overall when you can walk into the interview, or even when they look at your portfolio and can see that you have a live, functioning, advanced, hopefully. It doesn't have to be like super advanced, but like it. Somebody was asking me about like to-do apps and blogs and all this, like why or why not are these good projects? And a to-do app is a great project. A blog is a great fucking project. That's not the issue. The issue is that typically when a person does a to-do app, they don't build a to-do app. They build a to-do list. They build I can add things to my to-dos. I can mark them as completed. Bonus if the completed items even can disappear or not. They don't have the process of undoing. They don't have the process of scheduling. They don't have an actual UI interface that you can use effectively. They don't have the product deployed to a live environment where other people can access it. They don't have any type of account mechanism set up so that the to-dos that are for one user are not going to be seen by all users. So it's like the idea itself is not bad. It's just when you only do like the most basic version of it, that's trivial. So those kind of projects. It's like, yeah, if you're just going to build a list or whatever, like that's good for learning purposes. But as you start building out your portfolio, lean beyond the like low hanging fruit. Like definitely get the basic things in there, but do them in an effective way. Like some people will build a whole app and they didn't catch not one error in a whole app. So as soon as one thing goes wrong in your app, your whole app crashes. I'm not about to and what, you don't know how to do any, like, and you learned it, but you just haven't gotten a chance to apply it yet. So it's like you want to focus more on taking a good solid project and making it as production ready as possible, because the production ready skill set, those are the skills that you actually gain when you work in an environment like that. um I'm going back just so I can catch up and make sure. Okay, so yeah, so mobile dev, focusing on Kotlin, and then Instagram, clone the idea to Kotlin. Should be allowed to pin more stuff on an Instagram chat. Okay, that's a feature. That's a good feature to add, because then you're gonna find out. Not saying it's impossible, but then that's a good feature. That's actually a really good feature for the purposes I was talking about. And you will be competent and comfortable. You should be comfortable to do that and take on that challenge after going through the process of building, build up to, don't just skip straight to that step, you know what I mean? But make sure you have the most basic features of Instagram, like I can post, I can I can delete a post, I can have a caption, some of the basic features like that. Friends, can I add friends, like doing those things. And then once you have like a good solid, like kind of like clone, I guess, some of the basic features done, you have accounts that people can sign into. I would recommend for you to have it deployed in some way, shape, or form for mobile, because the mobile publishing process is a lot, and even getting it into a spot where it could be beta tested by other people, that's going to be like a good challenge for you to get into. Yeah, and then once you did it and it's like, okay, I got my clone, I want to add a new feature, work on the work on the one work on the existing version of how pins work, and then try to expand on it with yours, or you can just start with trying to build yours in the way it is. Either of those I think is cool. I'm not talking about cloning specific features. I'm talking about building the app from the beginning, for the record. So I'm talking about, if you want to clone Instagram, what's the basic features of Instagram? You can't skip straight to just chats and go straight to pins. That's not Instagram. Instagram is a picture posting app. I can post pictures. Really, really, you should be able to post pictures. You should be able to like pictures. You should be able to remove posts. You should be able to have comments. You should be able to have a feed. like my feed, my profile, you should have profiles. Um, and you don't even have to be thinking about having videos and stuff. Reels, Reels is like a whole new add-on to the app that's not the base of Instagram. Um, Even messaging is not the base of Instagram. So you do need your basic features. Now, if you are confused on like what you want your basic feature set to be, and again, I'm just kind of going through, so I could be behind on the conversation, but I'm just catching up on what you're saying because I want to be clear. You can look at like what, like if you do, say if you do an Instagram clone, like I said, don't watch this whole video, but go see. They'll show you at the very beginning. These are the features we're going to build on this app. Or you typically can look it up online. Or how about this? Use ChatGPT, use Gemini. Say, hey, I want to build an Instagram clone app for a beginner project. What are the basic features that I can focus on for this app? Like little stuff like that. Because like I said, you need to have profiles. You need to actually have user accounts. It needs to be where, you know, I can see like the different posts that I made personally separate from the general feed that I see. And then if you get to followers, then that means like you also, the original way that the feed works is like I see people who I follow, like, you know, so there's so many of those features that you should have as a part of your app. And decide the feature set up front. Most creators learn by imitating first. Early scientists reproduce existing experiments before they design their own experiments. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's why I'm like, it'll be so good if you go through like following any clone like tutorial, the good ones. Anything I recommend, anything on Free Code Camp, as long as you look within like the most recent time frame. But you got to think like the courses, y'all, the way y'all looking at the length of the videos is skewed, you know. These are full courses. This is like a whole playlist or a whole series or somebody's whole entire YouTube account in one video. So it's not like you sit down and watch that video in one setting, you know. It's, you're going to have chapters, you're going to have points, like you, it's just more so of a self-paced course all in one video. So like you got to look at it from that perspective, and then you can realize too, like it's gonna take you some extra, oh, I'm about to take this, it's gonna take you some extra time to process through, because yeah, you're going to be doing stuff that you never did before, and you're being taught by somebody who went through and practiced the process before they, you know, edited it and put it on YouTube. So you give yourself time to actually process through what you're doing rather than just trying to, you know, hurry up and get through it. It's just a guided learning experience. Work on features and understand them when it comes to making an application. Just learn how they are built, why they are built that way, then make my own case. I should have experience to make my own stuff. Yeah, this is the experience. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like what I'm describing to you, that is literally an internship. That's a solid ass summer internship. It'll be better. Oh, excuse me, hold on. Excuse me. It'll be better. It's smoother when you are doing this side by side with somebody. But I will say, excuse me, I will say for me personally, I did a lot of my experience freelancing and working in startups. And due to that, I most of my early career, I did not have another engineer to work with. A lot of the stuff that I built in the first couple of years, I literally had to just, I was doing it independently. That didn't mean I didn't get help, um because I did have other great like mentors around me in the ecosystem. But like directly, I worked at like the companies I worked at, I was the only person a lot of times working on the product, or I was like the one person like on the team. Like when I worked at the agency, with my first full stack job, I worked at an agency. It was only like three. It was only like 3 or 4 engineers, maybe five, and one was the director of engineering. So he didn't code as much. He tried to code, but he had to do like he had to be the one like scoping out all the jobs and quoting the jobs and stuff like that, and managing the team. So yeah, most of my first years of experience, I was like building things independently and using different online resources, using different the things I did in my courses, right? Like when I took my boot camp, I was very serious about taking my boot camp, even though I already had experience, even though I worked for the boot camp where I where I took my class. I didn't work during my boot camp. I literally took off during that entire time. I focused full time. I left school. I focused full time on my boot camp because that is how the process is supposed to go. I was spending 40 hours a week in class. I was very diligent about being in my boot camp. I paid attention. I took notes. When it was time to do labs, I always worked on my labs all the way through to the end of the day, because we would do more like lessons and content in the morning, and then we would have our lab time at the end of the day. I always did any of the assignments that our instructor recommended. When I went home, I would supplement whatever lesson I learned for the day, or I would keep working on my lab if I wasn't finished with my lab. So I actually finished all my labs and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I did the entire process all the way through. So part of that was the fact that a lot of times in our curriculum, we had it designed where you're going to follow along with me building a thing from start to finish, so that you get the experience of how it needs to look. But the difference obviously in that case is that you had an instructor right there to like write in real time, to answer questions and to help out and stuff like that. But then, like I said, once I moved into like my job, yeah, I was the only person working most of the time. So I don't know. I do feel like personally for me, that was, I didn't mind that part, and I learned a lot of things I learned best when I was learning independently like that. But you might enjoy that experience as well, because it's a lot, it's very challenging. And I feel like, at least for me, I tend to idea hop or project hop, or like information topic hop, I guess you could say, due to like me seeking out a challenge. Like I love to solve problems. I love to figure things out. So once I feel like bored with a subject, I'm going to want to move on. And I don't know, I just say all that to say I feel like I got a lot out of that independent like building experience, because it it was times where nobody, like somebody's not going to come in and save me. This feature just doesn't exist if I don't build it. So in that case, I'm going to go out and find a way to do that, whether it's watching 1,000 different tutorials about how to build a carousel, whether it's going online and troubleshooting, looking at Stack Overflow posts, reading thousands and thousands of Stack Overflow posts just to solve one problem. Like, you know, that's what the journey, that's what the day-to-day life really looks like. And yeah, like I said, when you are in like an environment where you already have somebody who can easily just kind of bail you out, not saying it's not a bad thing, it's just sometimes we can some of us, we don't necessarily need as much of that. We need more of like the challenge of just kind of sitting through it and going out and figuring it out, because that's just the more satisfying approach. I feel like you might fall into that category. So that's kind of, I want to watch that. That's kind of like what I'm thinking when it came to just overall, like if you're trying to go to the next level, you kind of know what your goals are. We talked about earlier, like I'd rather see you learn how to build something from the ground up, because it's going to be so much easier to do anything else after that. It's a lot of fundamentals you're going to learn that way. I'd rather see you get really advanced in one programming language to the point where you can answer like nuanced things about that language, and then it will be so much easier to acquire new languages. And right now you might not you might just not be feeling enough of a challenge too. And if you get, and I promise you, getting into the thick of a project, you will not be wondering like, oh, what about this, what about that. You'll be trying to figure out this one bug. Or if you're not that deep into it, that probably either tell you like this might not be something that you're interested in general, because it's going to give you the real like experience of what the day-to-day is like. Or it also can give you an indicator if you care enough about that specific type of development work. And that's another thing about internships. You're trying to gain experience and see what you do like and what you don't like. The ability to take an idea and remix it to your own whim is the basis of creation. Building up the necessary skills and techniques. This is chock full of good info. Maybe we'll chop it up and put it on YouTube as a video. On Instagram, only allows 3 pins, and I think only the user can see it who pinned it. Anyone can see the 3 pins. MVP is minimum viable product. Minimum. So meaning that you do want to have the most basic features first. I don't speak English very well, but I want dev in Python for change my life. If you respond, please speak slowly and easy. Give me advice about how I will make some e-commerce or something for some money only in Python full stack, actually basics. Yeah, so I just want to say, if you want to learn how to be a developer, this is not like an overnight process. This is not something that you just like start making money tomorrow. Like you need to go through the learning process. Like you're a knowledge worker. You have to understand how to build the skill set that you need, and also how to maintain that skill set or continue to improve the skills. So yeah, you have to start out by learning the language first. You need to take a Python class, not a full stack class. You need to take Python, just Python. Learn how Python works as a language. Then you can take like something that's more maybe web development. That's what full stack is. But it's still going to be difficult to build some like a e-commerce platform or something. If you're trying to code an e-commerce platform, that's not gonna. You need to learn how to build a web framework. A minimum viable product is a version of a product with just enough features to satisfy early customers and gather feedback. Yeah, minimum viable product is not going to be the most viable at all. It's going to be the opposite. Well, it's viable, but it's not the most viable. Yeah, that's the opposite of it. So yeah, thinking about, because like Instagram, you know, the only thing about saying build an Instagram clone is like Instagram is a hefty app nowadays. But like, let me see. I wish I could go upload date. Can I wish I could. Oh yeah, I can, but I guess I can't. I was gonna try to look and see like if you found an old Instagram clone like from years ago, then you would see more of the basic features. Because Instagram literally like a key feature of Instagram that you might not see as key, depending on when you started using Instagram, is filters. But filters are a minimum. Like, did Instagram ever exist without filters? I don't think so. Like originally Instagram was filters. That's what we cared about. That's what we used Instagram for. That's, if you go look at all like the older, you know, and I don't know like which age range you fall into, but like the oldest versions of like our Instagram pages, it was just whatever picture I took that day, but with a cool filter on it. That is an Instagram feature. And to imagine how would you implement filters into your app. That is an MVP an MVP feature to me. And if you were to go into interview with Instagram and you said you wrote an Instagram clone and you didn't have filtering, like filters on pictures, then yeah, I'm going to be like, oh, another clone app. Because think about the concept of like, oh, I need to take a picture, convert the output, overlay the output basically with whatever option that the user chose. And we also had it was instant preview to see a filter. So I can we take those features for granted now. That was a big deal. They built that concept because before we used to literally pirate Photoshop and just use Photoshop to like change pictures and stuff on like our social media pages. So I literally would, like, if I go look at my oldest Facebook profile pictures, it's gonna be like a Photoshop filter that was like imprinted, or like a Photoshop stamp in Photoshop or something like that was imprinted over my picture. So we would go in and literally edit our picture, like edit just a filter over our picture. But you had to go into a whole software to do that. Then on Instagram, you could just pick boop, 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 and then I can click and see how it's gonna look. And then don't get to, oh, you got the what do they call it? Dang, I can't think of it. But like, what's it called? Hold on. Instagram. Oh, I need to, hold on. Do this so I don't forget. Did my phone upgrade? It looked different. Okay. I need to catch up. I want to catch up to the chat too, because I'm not keeping up with all the threads now. It's not called a bokeh, because bokeh is the filter. But I'm thinking about let me see. If I want to post right now and I pick this picture. Go next. It's a specific filter I'm thinking about. This will be a good challenge to try too. And again, this is more so if you like, especially if you would be interested in making the Instagram clone. Especially if you would be interested in learning how a platform like Instagram is built. The vignette. That's what I'm thinking about. So like vignette, like having darkness around it with a slider like that. That would be fun. Building is a very important component, and supplementing with understanding the what, why, and how to build, which tutorial videos lack a lot. Hold on. Building is a very important component, and supplementing with understanding the what, why, and how. Yes. Which tutorial videos lack a lot of times to help with that if you don't supplement. Meta preacher girl. And I got another good layer for you too. The last thing I would say, this what I really want you to do. These issues are so complicated. Learning the code is not equal to learning to make products. 'Tis fucking true. To be honest, most content is insufficient for learning to build. Yeah, because that's not how you learn to build. That's how, well, I'm not gonna say that. That's how you gather your foundational tools. You know what I mean? It's more so when you look at a tutorial, you got to look at it like somebody is teaching me how to use a hammer. They're not teaching me all the different ways that a hammer is going to come into play in my existing project. They're not even showing me how to necessarily if I should use a hammer or if I should use a screwdriver or whatever. They're showing me one specific approach to this process, and it's just informational purposes. You looking at it like that, because the more that you like can follow these and build along with them, you don't want to be speed running it. You want to be learning, like, oh, okay, so like for example, they're going to teach you a framework. How does a framework work? And for you doing mobile stuff, there are certain things that you would have to learn about that you probably wouldn't. It will be built different if it was going to be like a web application, because different languages and different like platforms that we have to deploy to have different interactions, and like there's nuances, so it's a lot of different things that you learn, and then you get to see you get to see how somebody would approach that process. But that doesn't necessarily even mean that this is how Instagram is even built, because the only people who know how Instagram is built is people that built Instagram. And most of the time it's 1,000 times more complicated than this, because again, they have so many other features. They have to handle things like millions of users using it at a time. That's a problem in and of itself. Different database, like you can build a database a different type of way when two people are going to access it. And it's not even on the internet. When 100,000 requests come in all at once, 1,000,000 requests come in all at once, that'll knock your whole to-do list app over like instantly. Your whole server gonna go down when you don't have any error handling. Oh, what about a test suite? You didn't test any of your code, so whenever you change something, you don't know if you're gonna break something or not. Those are the good like that's when you're gonna start having fun for real. I don't know anything about the average age with like hacking and stuff like that. Um, I mean, I thought it always has been that like teenagers did hacking. That was like always a lot of teenagers back in the day were. I mean, a lot of hackers back in the day was teenagers. Products take time, skills, and understanding, and maintenance. Build a test. Build a metrics tool into your product, so you can tell when parts of your application go down. Oh, how about this? Deploy your app, make a change to it, and then try to get the new change into production. That'd be fun. All these are like really like that's when you really gonna start having fun, I promise you. Most of us out can help you to learn code, tinker, and even approach basic engineering, but you can really learn product and service development in companies. A school or bootcamp curriculum can only do conceptual parts. Yeah. Yep. I mean, it's only so much. So it's like I said, we're teaching you how, like, some of the basic tools you can use, the most basic tools you can use. We're teaching you examples of how those tools are put together. We, as much as we can, try to give you an end-to-end experience if it's a good program or a good tutorial, just so that you have as many of the pieces as we can possibly give you in that moment for what we are introducing. But it's still just giving you that first layer. Like I said, like even with tools, I like to use tools as an example, because like when you think about a toolbox, somebody's toolbox could be this big. Like, these are pencils and stuff, obviously, but like think about like the most basic tool set. If I go to IKEA right now and I'm about to check out, it's gonna be like a 10 screwdriver or 10 like piece like toolkit that's just this big, and this is basic stuff. It's basic. Some of it could be easily broken under extensive stress, but it works for the basics. Then you might have like an actual tool bag, like a box, like a normal bag box. I'm not about to get up and grab my tool bag, but like that size. That's like, okay, if I gotta put some curtains up, I got a screwdriver. It's probably gonna suck trying to put up curtains with a screwdriver. Be better if I had a drill, but I can do it with a screwdriver or a hammer and a nail, depending on what it is. Okay. But then after that, it's like, you got people who got their toolbox is like a stack of boxes that's like my height. And that's their toolbox. And it's like there's a lot more complicated tools. There's a lot more nuance to it. Oh, now I have 5 to 25 different versions of the screwdriver. I got different types for different types of circumstances, and it's kind of like that. And again, another reason why I like that example is because you don't learn how to build a house just all in one go. You got to learn a bunch of the fundamentals, like how to use your tools. You got to start with building basic structures first. Like, I'm not going to build a house first. I'm going to build a bird house first. Or before I even build a bird house, I might just have to learn how to cut the wood out. I don't know if you ever had like a wood shop class or something. It's like you start with, first you just learn how to cut the wood out. Okay, cool. And learn how to cut it straight and all that. Like, that's a big deal. You can't just skip to building stuff if you don't know how to actually get your materials right, Then once you can do that, then it's like, then I think they'll go from like a cutting out the wood and sanding the wood, a block to be like, build a like a napkin holder or something. Okay, now I gotta build different pieces and shapes and whatever, okay, and then put them together. So, it's layers to it. It's the same thing. But the real experience comes from the building of it. And then when you realize, like, oh shoot, this is why they said to do it this way. This is why they said to use a level, because now my just crooked. And it's just like that. Or this is why they said don't use a drill, use a screwdriver. And now you done stripped your screw, or you done, messed up the hole that you had or whatever, So that's like how I think about the idea of like building the skills that you need for software, and also the overall experience of becoming a software developer, a software engineer. Exit, interview, done. Deploy, done. What happened while I was gone? I mean, I'm just continuing through this process of answering all these questions. So you might want to run it back on YouTube. Let me see. I say this as a former CS professor, now in industry, but computing and software is still one of the most accessible fields with the lowest barriers to entry. That is, I agree with that. But I do believe that the barrier to entry and the accessibility of it, especially nowadays, is lost on, or the balance. What balances it out is the fact that a lot of people are not willing to do what it takes to go to evolve in the career, I guess you could say. Like, anybody can learn the code nowadays. However, the amount of like time it takes, the amount of focus it takes, like being committed to it and even really enjoying the process, like that part is what is not for everybody. So I don't know. I think I definitely have seen those cases where people are just more so interested in the idea that it's like, oh, I could just get a $100,000 job. And it's like, you know what you got to do to get a $100,000 job? Like, you thought you was just about to get that just for no reason? No. And even $100,000, depending on where you at, that's not even a lot. Like, if you're in the Bay, I think if you make $100,000, you're still gonna be struggling. But I'm just saying, like, they pay you top dollar for a reason. But not everybody is willing to go through and like enjoy that type of process, because you're a problem solver. So if you don't like taking that time and going through and working through those types of issues, then that'll just let you know, like, okay, I'm not as interested in this as I think I am, because like that day-to-day experience is very different than a lot of people think it is. And even the learning experience is a lot different than a lot of people think it is. I love listening to podcasts about how people created applications in the beginning of those companies. Yeah. But maybe next time while you're listening, just start working on something. Because it's the experience, like you have to experience it. Excited to learn and work on the Spotify clone because I would love to implement new stuff to it on my own. It'll give me a chance to add different features. It's like building a house, learn how to build one, then find your tools, then get a diagram and practice. Then you can build on your own with experience. Yep. And then, hey, first you start with like, I'm going to build a shed. Then I'm going to build one level house. Maybe once you have to have a basement or not, that changes. Like, now I'm gonna have a house with a basement. Like, now I'm gonna have a mini mansion. I mean, I'm skipping steps at that point. Or a duplex or a flat, because those are houses, but they're different versions, they're different variations. You gotta keep two houses under one roof. The design of it is different, It's like not too different that you can't do it, but it's like hypothetically he's just building two houses, but you got to learn how to merge them together and stuff, So, and that's how I knew, like, okay, once I found coding, it was for me, because I always been the type of person that likes to build, put things together, take things apart, see how they work. Like, that is what I get satisfaction out of, like, just knowing, just wondering, like, I was that kid. So, and then I also will always be the one that did any like assemblies in the house, like if we have any furniture or things like that, stuff that I'll probably be the one to do it. And this is why I be going live with y'all too, because sometimes I just be wanting to chill and talk about stuff, because it just be me. It just be me. Oh, that was a good one. I got the spot that I needed. Oh, my back hurts so bad. But yeah, I was sleeping on that dang on floor. Shoot, but now I'm serious. Like I still like to do videos like these. I like stuff like this for when I'm trying to level up in my own skill set, because it's easy for me to just sit here and figure it out. And then when I do run into an issue, I'm like, okay, I can, I have my own debugging process. But then sometimes I'm getting like I'll probably build this Spotify clone one right here for Flutter. Like I'll do these types of things for train your own LLM. Like I'll probably do this one, because like this is the specific thing that I'm trying to learn how to do. So I'll go and watch some examples of people going through the whole process. And again, that's because I have more experience too, to where I'm thinking like my tools now, like when I think about acquiring a new tool or a new skill, it's like a bigger chunk of work if you kind of think about it that way. Like it's like I'm not thinking about like how to do another thing in the same programming language or in a programming language. I'm thinking about like how to integrate a specific type of feature, or how to use a specific like type of tool, how to incorporate that into like my existing knowledge. So usually I might have to pick up pick up a new framework, not like learn how functions work, but like no, learn how Angular learn how to build this in Angular versus building it in React or something like that. That's a bigger chunk to bite off. But I'm at that level where it's like, okay, I will learn things more in that bigger chunk. So then even in that case, it's like, oh, the specific thing I've been talking about is like, I want to be able to customize or train language models or fine tune the language model. So just going through an example where somebody says, hey, here's how you train the LLM, and showing it like hopefully from start to finish, which is typically what you will find on a free code camp page. That's good informational things for me to just do. Like that's stuff that I would just do just to satisfy the urge of like, but I want to just try this, but I don't really need to like learn how to do this. Like a 10-hour JavaScript like gaming video, like just how to build a game. That's interesting to me. That's just a little, little side project type stuff. I want to see what this generative AI bootcamp is on. Just muted.
channel. So what exactly is this boot? Hey, Andrew. Thanks for sharing another boot camp
All
on the
right, Fizzy.
BitGoCamp.org
Take care.
YouTube channel. So what exactly is this boot camp?
Hey everyone, this bootcamp is specifically the free GenAI bootcamp. The goal of this bootcamp is to comprehensively teach you how to use generative AI tools as a professional, and it covers basically everything that we could possibly touch, but that's generally the start of it, yeah.
Okay, awesome. So if a student goes through the entire thing, what's the outcome you expect for the student?
The outcome that I wanted for students is that, well, this field is
Okay, I think I'm gonna put this in the background while I work on this API. I'm about to go in. I just feel like chilling right now. And my baby still ain't took his nap yet. Hold on, let me see something real fast. Girl. Oh, let me use my iPad so I can see what's going on. I can't really tell. And I'm supposed to be on this call at 4:15, so I'll probably still keep streaming, but I might be off mic for a second. I'm probably about to be at this computer till the rest of the day, or at least until Justice finishes his nap and gets back up. Oh, baby boy, I knew it. I knew it. Oh, I knew it. Oh, I knew it. Hold on, wait a minute. Heyday always feels great. The thing about payday as a contractor or as an entrepreneur, unless you have services and you're on a revenue model, monthly recurring revenue model, payday comes inconsistently, so you just like waiting, and then it's payday. It's like, yay, it's payday. 12 to the 13th. Gotcha. If you needed money and wanted to do something on your own using only your experience, what would be your first attempt? Suppose you want to earn $1 million per year, but without building a team. Because these are the things I think about nowadays. If I wanted to earn $1 million per year without building a team, right now my goal is to leverage AI to build an AI product. Due to my personal skill set and due to where I am, like right now, like what also interests me, I think because it's different layers to it. It's like, for sure, like leverage your existing experience. So I'm not just saying AI because AI is popular. I'm saying AI because I've been familiar with how natural language processing works for like many years now, and I followed the industry. So, and this is something that I've been spending a lot of time on, right? So that's one thing. That's where my experience is at, and it's also where my interest is at, because if you want to try to make $1 million by yourself, you better either love that money that much, or you better love what you're doing that much. And I don't recommend loving money at all. So I do know, like, me personally, if I'm not interested in it, I'm going to get distracted and go do something else. Like, that's just going to be the thing. That's it. However, with that being said, yeah, I do feel like the tooling, like how the AI tooling has evolved recently, especially me being a software engineer, I feel like a lot of things that I would have normally had to have, it either would take me a really, really long time to acquire the new skills, or it would have took me a really long time to build. A lot of my like nitty gritty work can be sped up by like utilizing AI in some different forms. So there's that. Uh, I want to build an AI product because it's like there's like language models. This is the thing that people aren't getting. Like, language models are just a tool. They're now like a new like part of our development toolkit. Like, they help unlock different types of applications that you can build. It's not just about like building chat GPT clones. Like, the language models, the features that they have in general, the skills that like, or the, yeah, it's kind of like the skills that each model have. Those are things that you couldn't program for. Like, so it's so many different, it's like hundreds and thousands and hundreds of thousands of different applications and things that we just haven't even thought of yet, that can definitely leverage just that specific type of technology. And that doesn't even count the fact that, like, I'm also interested in some computer vision stuff. I haven't done a lot of computer vision, and I want to build. I have a app I want to build, like a actual video AI platform that I want to build. So anyways, I have like 2 to 3 specific like AI product ideas that I want to build, and these are things that I could pretty much get like a basic app of it out and available in relatively short order, just by taking the time to say, hey, this is what I'm focused on. And then, yeah, within a year, I don't know, will I make $1 million? I could. You know why I feel like I could though, is because I don't have to pick one of those ideas. I genuinely could build like a handful of the top ideas that I have, use AI to help me like expedite my development process. I'm not saying that AI coding should just be doing all of the work at all, but I'm saying like I can definitely get further faster by leveraging AI versus having to search Stack Overflow post, and versus having to learn, a new technology from the ground up with very little documentation. And so I can take more gambles on multiple ideas. That's how my brain is working right now. So I have like I have some like basic apps that could be like, just get a basic version done in a week or less. Some that could be like a weekend or less. And then some of the ones that are like bigger, I at least could get, like I said, a basic version going with a couple months of work. So even if I broke it up like that, it's like, yeah, I could put 5 to 10 ideas out over the course of the year. Something will spark. And then I also can leverage AI for the aspects I would typically struggle with, like the marketing of it, putting together the actual the content that you need on your web page and things like that to sell. I can do a lot more digging on the customer discovery and pain points, like type of aspect. I was just gonna say, there was this video I was watching the other day, and this is super interesting. I'm about to start with this approach on my projects, and I'm just giving y'all free game. Y'all can use it or not, but this how my brain be working, because I refuse to like let this whole wave hit without coming out on top, because it's like I feel like all of my experience has led into the point where we are right now, where language models are they're just a tool. Like, it's the language model is just the start. This video right here is really
Anybody
good.
who knows how to use Notebook LM along with Gemini 2.5 can now do the work of an entire startup team. Today I want to show you how to use Google's massive updates to these free tools in order to research, build, and promote your ideas. I've spent many hours experimenting with Gemini's new superior coding capability.
I'm gonna put this one. I meant to post this yesterday anyway. I'm gonna put this video in the in Discord in we got a startup. Wait, who just can't? Oh, I be trying to welcome y'all in. I can't see the name while I'm live though. Hold on. Startup. Where is it? Where'd I put it? See, I just be trying to organize stuff, but oh, BizWiz. Got something in my keyboard. Oh, now it's down under the key. Let's see. Okay, so like for me personally, because by the way, I don't know if I told y'all this, but I'm about to start a series. It's basically gonna be called it's literally gonna be it's gonna be building an AI startup using AI. Yeah, like that. So I'm not necessarily gonna always show like the code and things that I'm doing like directly, but just the overall process, because I'm like, there's the process of there's the idea of like building an actual AI product, but then there's also the sides of like leveraging AI tools in that process. So that being said, basically in this video, he was showing like an easy workflow for using Notebook LM, which is like a AI. It's an AI tool that Gemini has, where it helps you like kind of gather different do research and keep all the research within the shared context and cross-reference and stuff like that. So you got Notebook LM, and then he's using Gemini as the model. I also already am using Gemini in other aspects too, because I use Gemini in Google Suite. So I use Gemini as like my go-to assistant. I don't really go to ChatGPT. I usually go to Gemini because I already have G Suite, and everything that I do, like all my information is organized in there. So that, and then Gemini is now getting integrated into the platform. So like I can just go to Google Docs and say, hey, generate me a proposal based on this RFP, and give it just give it a little bit of context, or say, here, use this spreadsheet that I use to outline my service offerings, and create the proposal or the response to the RFP, and like generate a document. Literally all my RFPs that I have completed recently, because I don't be completing RFPs ever, but now I do, because I just use Gemini to like write the document for me, because I suck at that part. Using Gemini to help generate like the basic content for the website, but also the language models are pretty competent with basic coding, so I can use the language model to generate the marketing website as well. And then don't get me started on agents, because then you can build agents and they can just do some of this stuff automatically. Or build some workflows. So I'm like formulating that in the back of my head, but definitely I'm gonna start like showing that journey because I'm getting into that. Like that's the next thing I'm getting into for real. Oh boy. What is my son doing? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. 9, 10. That's crazy work. Oh yeah, it was fine. I think it's fine for me to do that automatically because no matter what, if there's invoice date, that's not the date though, but okay. Alright. Oh, God is so good. Thank you, God. Thank you. And that's why I'm going to keep doing what I'm supposed to do. Woo. Okay, leave there. Okay, I gotta think about some stuff I gotta do. But yes, all right. So I'm gonna do this. I'm about to swap back over this. All right, let's go back to the documentation. I'm gonna do, oh yeah, they got a quick start, perfect. All right. Here, let me hear, I wanna hear how the mix is. All right, test on the audio levels. All right, I'm good now. All right, just chill, get cozy. That's what I'm getting though. I'm like, what do I need? I need a fucking chair. I need a chair so bad. I need to be cozy. Is this all the way back? Anthros. Hold on, let me look. Don't be. Oh, hold on. Don't be good. How pricey? Cause I need a chair. Like I know chairs are pricey. That's the thing. But they can get expensive, like crazy expensive. But if it's like this chair was probably 3 and some change, and I might be ready to go up a tier or 2. Oh, it's like a Herman Miller. Okay. Yeah, but like yeah. So, 'cause I need a chair. Ooh, that I bet you this a game changer. I bet you. Is the seat cushion big enough for me to fold my legs? Cause like I got like as you can tell, my chair is huge. I have what would
Hi,
be. Oh,
I'm Steve Dufresne, the CEO and inventor of
okay,
the
no, Steve Dufresne. I'm not trying to talk to you right now. What's it called? Corsair. My chair would be the equivalent of, let's see, products, chairs. This is my chair would be the equivalent of this right here. This is like the newer version of it, or what would have replaced it. So this chair is like $400. Yeah, so I would have paid like $3 something for my chair. This is like the model, and I don't think I'm ready to go at least up a tier. I'm ready to go up at least a tier because I spend too much time in my chair, but also it's about like, you know, finances and stuff like that, and buying the chair myself. That's why I was holding out, because I've been working on some different, like, I just, you know, I've been working on my revenue streams and everything business wise. So I'm like, dang, I just been trying to wait to get a chair because I did not want to buy a cheap chair. I'm like, I at least need to meet the quality of the chair that I have. But this little chair done seen better days. Much better days. I don't want to be in this no more. But I can't. How do I get out of here? I don't want to be in the configurator. Oh, y'all can't even see what I'm looking at. Oops. Uh-oh. They'll let you post that link. I love my Herman Miller in body for a while, but sitting in an Anthros at DreamHack blew my mind. I feel like you could tilt the seat back. Yes, that's what I need. My tilt is broken on my chair. That's the thing that's hurting my back. Yeah, it's hurt. The seat is hurting my back because my tilt is broken. So like I can tilt my chair and lock it, and then when I sit here for like a few minutes, it's gonna unlock. It's like the lock is gonna break open. It's not broken because it can lock, but it doesn't stay locked. And maybe it could just be like I could deal with my chair being like tightened up, to be honest, because I don't be doing that. But still, the fact that my tilt lock is broken is what's hurting me the most. But also like the lumbar thing, because I was just saying I got a heating pad on my lumbar pillow right now, but like I wish it was just a little bit, if I had like the ability to put more pressure right there specifically to hold the heating pad where the spot that it needs to be, that would be like so good right now. It's okay at this angle, but my tilt lock is gonna break after a second. And enhances focus. That's the thing. Like you be sitting here struggling and stressed out. Chair. Are they like all the same and it just has different styles? Or they got two different chairs. This I'm a strongly consider for sure. Oh, you got a 30-day trial, huh? Oh, and then you know what? I'm gonna write it off next year. Because literally this is my fucking job. But thank you for that. I can't even lie. I'm like, I don't know. I can't click this link because I just don't know. But at least with the Anthros, I could just Google it. But if y'all have a actual chair recommendation, like if you tell me the brand, I'm gonna look them up. Oh, you know what? I don't want to hide it completely. I'm gonna shrink the chat down for a little while. I don't know if y'all will be able to even see the chat. Let me see what it look like. How about this? If I respond to chat, I will show the chat. I'll show it. Just one here. All right. Okay, so I tried out the curl already. Like if I copy this, oh, you gotta have a what you call it? I tried this already. Let me see. Go to my terminal. Yeah, so I already tried doing the request with a token, and the response I got back. This is the message I got back. And the actual text from it. So it'll be good on that front. I've been needing two nice. Oh, I can delete this one. I do not like or use online editors. Where you see an online editor? Let's say there's no online editors. Where you see an online editor, you gotta tell me now, cause there is none. At least not on my screen. Say, say the drama for your mama. We studying llama. That's gonna be the title of the video. That's gonna be the title of the video. Alright, so basically the Llama API is designed to be completely similar to using OpenAI APIs. Right now the rate limiting is pretty simple, and they just say they just say 3,000. I think it was like 3,000 requests per minute. Where is it? I want to look at it again. Rate limits is right there. 1 million tokens per minute, and 3,000 requests per minute. Those are the rate limits right now. I have no reason to think I'm going to like exceed those, so I'm okay with that. And then also, you guys, I'm on a preview, so if I go back to my dashboard, my usage, I'm on the preview, so I'm just being rate limited in this regard. So right now I don't have to worry about tokens and stuff, but it'll give me a chance to see how much usage I'm really going to possibly have for some of these different use cases. So I hope they give us preview for a good amount of time, because I've been slacking on trying my preview out. I've had access for like 9 days apparently, and I just haven't been. I just set my account up today. Alright, so they have chat completion, they have image understanding, so multimodal, JSON structure output, which is super helpful. Tool calling, which means that should enable some agentic features. Yeah, letting the model take actions, so that's agentic. That's like enabling an agentic behavior or setups, so that's good to know. They use REST-like interface. You know, the API call is pretty straightforward. You send like a structured request. Alright, I gotta join this call. I'm gonna be muted for a minute.